in their Humvees that they were selling. They were selling H1s at the time. They had just come out, and they were selling the little H1s. They were fairly stripped down, basically a military vehicle without armor plating, and they were taking us through the backwater and testing them out. So yeah, I can definitely see them doing that. And yes, this is a simplex net. We meet here every Tuesday evening at 1900 hours, 7 p.m. local. And I'll be glad to have you join us. Sorry that you're not copying anyone else on the net. Most of the net, other participants in the net are to the south and southeast of me. I am in Atwater, and I'm running about 350 watts here, so that's probably why you hear me. And I'm actually on an Omni, so at about 46 feet in the air, so that probably helps me out a little bit with the tip of the antenna up about 61, so gives me a pretty good shot into Akron. But glad to have you aboard, Chris, and come back and join us any Tuesday evening. And we also have a net on the Alliance Amateur Radio Club's 145.37 repeater with a PL of 110.9 hertz. And that will be Thursday night at 2100 hours or 9 p.m. local time, sir. So we'd be happy to have you join us there as well. And once again, thanks for checking in with us here on the Alliance Amateur Radio Club's Homeland Security Simplex Net. At this time, are there any additional check-ins, any additional business, or any rechecks for the Alliance Amateur Radio Club's net? If so, please come now. I got a KE8 ZIY, was it? Give me your suffix again, please. Oh, Tim, KE8ZLS from over in Canton. Your comments for net, and then we'll see how many other people hear you, Tim. But you're a little weak here, but you're readable, sir. KE8ZLS, KD8BT. Tim, your comments for net. Well, you're not doing too bad for an antenna in the house. Let me see if anyone else happens to be copying you. This is KD8VT. Is anyone else in the net copying KE8ZLS at this time? Okay, looks like, Tim, we've got one other station that's copying you. WG8X John is also hearing you, so you're doing a pretty good job with an indoor antenna, and hopefully in spring we'll get that outside antenna up for you after you get that big tree branch cut away from your tower, and you'll be in here with us full quieting, sir. Okay, Tim, thanks. Just to let you know, you're in here at an S4, and an S4. How well are you copying me over there? And then I'll try to get a signal report from John for you also. KE8ZLS, KD8VT. Tim, what type of signal do you have on me in Canton? Over.
Amateur radio newsline will start in 5 minutes.
W8WKY.
All right, well, no problem. All right, let me see. John, how well are you reading Tim in Canton? Tim, are you copying John? WG8X gave you a signal report. Were you able to copy him over? Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, you came in a little bit better on that transmission. So, John, he says that he is not able to understand anything you're saying. He could simply tell that you were keying up. But he does have about a 40 or 50-foot tower alongside of the house, and we expect to get him an outside antenna up on that tower sometime this spring. He has a large maple tree that's got a massive branch that either has to be taken down. I think he said his neighbor was planning on having the whole tree removed. So once that's out of there, or that branch is out of there, we'll get over there and get him an exterior antenna up. Andy and I took a look at it, and we're probably going to enlist a few of our club members to go over and give us a hand. So you may, everybody stand by, you may hear about an antenna party coming up sometime in spring after the weather breaks and the tree branch is gone. So with that, I'll make one last call to see if there's any additional traffic or rechecks for the Alliance Homeland Security Net, and if not, we'll shut her down. At this time, is there any additional rechecks or new stations? KE8UIB from Massillon. This is KD8VT. Good copy, John. Your comments for net this evening, sir? Okay, John, KE8UIB over in Canton says he copies you, and he's able to hear KE8ZLS. Tim has got a pretty good copy on him, and he's hearing me 5.9. So good to have you check in, sir, and would be happy to have you come next Tuesday evening, same time on the 26th, and we'll look forward to talking with you then. At this time, this is KD8VT and the Alliance Amateur Radio Club's Homeland Security Net. Not hearing any additional business or rechecks, I will be closing this session of the net at 19:29 hours and returning the frequency to general amateur use. This net is now closed. KD8VT is now clear and listening. Late recheck. Go ahead. Well, you know, that's a pretty good hop from your house to Massillon for you to be able to hear him. So that's doing really good. It'd be nice to get 25 or 30 people in here. It seems like the interest in the net is picking up, especially with some of the newer people. And hopefully, as the winter progresses and we get past the holidays and people aren't so busy, hopefully we'll have more check-ins. All right, well, 73.
Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2407 with a release date of Friday, December 15, 2023 to follow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The following is a QST. Hams in the UK and Australia face big changes. A holiday wish list from a growing digital library of communication, and put those postage stamps from your holiday and QSL cards to work. All this and more as Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2407 comes your way right now.
From around the world, this is Newsline, Amateur Radio's first independent on-the-air news and bulletin service. Now, reporting from Wadsworth, Ohio, here's Stephen Kinford, N8WB.
Our top story this week is the action by Ofcom in the UK, where sweeping changes are proposed for everything related to amateur radio, from call signs and power levels to the terms under which a notice of variation is needed. Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, gives us an overview.
A general notice from Ofcom has alerted radio amateurs in the UK to various license changes the regulator is proposing. License variations are being proposed starting in February, affecting the use of regional secondary locators, suffixes, and unlicensed individuals' use of an amateur radio. Power limits would also be raised under certain conditions for foundation, intermediate, and full licensees. Additional changes proposed for later in the year include more flexible approvals for special event stations and replacement of the issuance of the intermediate license Series 2 call sign with M8 and M9 instead. Changes to occur in late 2024 or early 2025 include the ability to change one's call sign periodically, but no more than once every 5 years. A full list of the vast array of changes, including in June of this year, is available on the regulator's website. Ofcom is encouraging representations to be submitted on these proposals no later than 5 p.m. local time on the 22nd of January. This is Jeremy Boot, G4NJH.
The new year is bringing a major change as well for amateurs in Australia. John Williams, VK4JJW, tells us about it.
The Australian Communications and Media Authority will be moving to a class license format as previously announced, starting on the 19th of February. This removes the annual renewal fee and gives the regulator responsibility for examinations and license issuance. Those tasks were previously assigned to the Australian Maritime College in Tasmania. Hams with non-assigned amateur apparatus licenses can expect to hear from the ACMA in January, when they'll be provided with guidelines for the transition arrangements and learn their highest qualification level and call sign. This is John Williams, VK4JJW.
Navigation Services, who are the primary users of one of the amateur bands, just got some added protection against interference, as we hear from Jason Daniels, VK2LAW.
Following 4 years of discussions and negotiations, IARU members attending the World Radio Communications Conference in Dubai have added a footnote to the use of the 23-centimetre amateur band between 1240 MHz and 1300 MHz that is designed to eliminate the possibility of interference to Galileo and other radio navigation satellite services. The footnote was adopted on December 8th and is designed to protect the navigation services who are the primary users. IARU President Tim Ellum, VE6SH, said the decision does not affect the table of allocations and is, in his words, quote, a very good result for the amateur services, end quote. This is Jason Daniels, VK2LAW.
Are you looking ahead to May of 2024? Organizers of the 2024 Hamvention and the ARRL National Convention have announced a theme for the event next May. It will be Expanding Our Community. The announcement was made by General Chairman Jim Storms, AB8YK, who said the theme supports the growth of ham radio worldwide. Hamvention will take place May 17th, 18th, and 19th in Xenia, Ohio. What exactly is the World Radio Sport Team Championship? If your club or other group wants to hear about it directly from the amateurs who are preparing to host it in the UK in 2026, you now have that option, as Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, tells us.
You may not be able to get to England in 2026 for the World Radio Sport Team Championship, but its story can come to you and your club or other organisation. The events committee is making speakers available in person or via Zoom for club meetings to promote the event and answer questions about it. The 10th International Radio Contest event will be held in July 2026 in East Anglia, with the counties of Suffolk, Norfolk and Cambridgeshire hosting 50 operating sites for qualifying teams. It's often referred to as an Olympic-style event for amateur radio, occurring as it does every 4 years. If your club would like to know more, contact Chairman Mark Haynes, M0DXR, at m0dxr1@gmail.com. This is Jeremy Boot, G4NJH.
Everyone has a holiday wish list, and the Digital Library of Amateur Radio and Communications is no different, except it's more of a want list. As we hear from Andy Morrison, K9AWM.
The Digital Library of Amateur Radio and Communications has passed the milestone mark of 100,000 radio-related items, ranging from podcast episodes, manuals, catalogs, newsletters, and books. Like the universe itself, though, the need goes on endlessly, and the Internet Archive's Program Manager for Special Collections, K7, K6KJN, has created a DLARC want list that identifies gaps in the collection that need filling. K says on the library website that he will update the list as those needs change. For now, however, the wish list includes issues of Ham Brew Quarterly, published by George DeGrazio, WF0K, who is now a silent key. The original Wire Book and Wire Book 2 and Rain reports in any audio format from 1992, 1998, 2000, and 2003. The library was created in 2022 with the help of funding from Amateur Radio Digital Communications and is a project of the Internet Archive. It also contains material about pirate radio, amateur TV, low-power FM, and shortwave listening. The library, of course, also has a wish list for donations, and those will be matched on a one-to-one basis. See the link in the text version of this week's newscast to see what else the library can use. I'm Andy Morrison, K9AWM.
If you'd like to help the ISS celebrate the 40th anniversary of amateur radio in space, tune to 145.800 megahertz to receive SSTV transmissions in the PD-120 format. Images will be sent starting on the 16th of December and continue through the 19th. Happy anniversary! Those of us who know that there's another way to get on the air now have a place of their own. A spot for radio amateurs who are also aviation enthusiasts. Dave Parks, WB8ODF, directs us to their hangar.
It's called the Flying Hams Network. Its founder, Daniel Heilman, WX5WX, has discovered that it combines his love of radio and aviation very nicely and connects him with kindred spirits on the air. He created it as a digital watering hole, allowing people to chat on the TGIF DMR network talk group Flying Hams, 312-0664. He also created links for other modes. The Flying Hams can be found on YSF 20664 US_Flying Hams, on Allstar 515422, and Echolink AE5ME-R. The social media channel for this group is on Facebook as Flying Hams. Dan stresses that all you need to do is have an interest in machines that fly, or, as he says, things that float in the sky. Pilots and non-pilots alike are welcome to engage in the nightly rag chews in the hopes of forming a net. In the meantime, just get on the air and wing it. This is Dave Parks, WB8ODF.
Time for you to identify your station. We are the amateur radio news and heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the WA6TTL repeater in Simi Valley, California, on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. local time. Is there room aboard a satellite for a geostationary microwave amateur payload to cover part of North America? Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, looks at that question.
The European Space Agency has an approved proposal to investigate sharing a commercial geostationary satellite contract to piggyback a microwave amateur payload on it to cover Europe and part of North America. The investigatory project was presented by ESA's Frank Zeppenfeld, PD0AP, to the AMSAT UK colloquium in Milton Keynes on the 14th of October. Frank described a payload that would have both an amateur radio and educational role, with 2 uplink transponders on 5.6 gigs and 2 download transponders on 10 gigs. The payload would be capable of handling narrowband modes such as CW and SSB, and narrowband digital modes, but would also have the capacity for wideband modes such as amateur TV. To see Frank's presentation, follow the link to a YouTube video that appears in the text version of this week's newscast at arnewsline.org. The proposal from AMSAT UK and the British Amateur Television Club has input and support from the newly incorporated AMSAT CA's Technical Working Group, as well as from AMSAT USA, according to a November the 30th position paper from AMSAT CA's President, Stefan Wagner, V4SW, and Technical Director Levente Bouzas, VA7QF. A number of amateur radio satellite associations are helping Frank promote the project to commercial satellite operators in 2024 during the World Satellite Business Week. Stefan told Newsline that Frank hopes to use the QO100 geostationary amateur payload on Qatar's SHALE-2 satellite as an example so other commercial partners can be identified to carry a similar payload positioned over the Atlantic to cover Europe and Canada. The study is being undertaken with the help of €250,000 in ESA funds. This is Jeremy Bucci for NJH.
Hams in Australia are discovering that preparing for the foundation or advanced class license may be as easy as clicking their mouse. We hear more from Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
Jules Perrin, VK3JFP, likes to keep things simple. His website, julesworkshop.net, features simple explanations of such common amateur radio basics as multimeters, electrical sensors and diodes, and using simple terms he also explains valves, decibels and resonant circuits. Now the Melbourne amateur has gone a few steps beyond into the realm of license preparation. A part of his website is devoted to free instruction available to candidates who are preparing for their foundation or advanced class license, and he wants to keep that kind of study simple too. In helping people prepare for their exams, he provides material for the foundation license based on the manual and advanced level material based on the advanced syllabus. He hopes at some point to be able to add audio and video sessions. It is a work in progress, but just the same, he's hoping it will already have an impact for hams hoping to upgrade, or those hoping to become amateurs in the first place. As he writes in a letter to members of the Central Coast Amateur Radio Club, education is a very important part of our hobby. Follow the link in the text version of this week's newscast for more details, or to begin your own course of study. This is Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
The U.S. Islands Award Program will be marking the 30th year since its creation by operating a year-long anniversary award throughout 2024. Jack Parker, W8ISH, tells us how hams are being invited to join the party.
Think of it as island hopping with your radio. Whether you are chasing contacts with hams on islands in the U.S. Islands Award Program or activating or qualifying an island, you will need to confirm a minimum of 30 QSOs. These are the rules for the anniversary party for an awards program that celebrates the islands of the 50 U.S. states as well as those in U.S. protectorates and territories. They can be islands situated along a coastal shoreline or those in rivers, lakes, and other bodies of water, both fresh and salt water. Starting January 1st, which is coming up fast, you will have a whole year to work your way to a certificate. The anniversary program ends on the 31st of December, 2024. The full set of rules can be found on the website for the U.S. Islands Awards Program, which is in the text version of this week's newscast at arnewsline.org. This awards program is not affiliated with Islands on the Air. I'm Jack Parker, W8ISH.
In the world of DX, radio operators in northern Finland are happy to report that Santa Radio OF9X looks to the air on the 11th of December and will continue the journey until 21:59 UTC on the 31st of December. Be listening for the radio elves as they guide their sleighs on all bands using CW, SSB, and FT8. The annual event has the support of Radio Arcola, not far from the Arctic Circle. See QRZ.com for details. In India, a group of YLs will be on the air from two ocean beaches on the 16th and 17th of December as AT2BOTA. They are all former shortwave listeners celebrating their new amateur radio licenses. Be listening on 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters where they will operate on SSB and FT8. They will activate Junpat Sea Beach, number 62417, on the 16th, and Haripur Sea Beach, number 62418 on the 17th. See QRZ.com for QSL details. For our final item this week, here's a way for you to spread comfort and joy to those in need this holiday season. It's simple. Save your used stamps from your greeting cards and QSL card envelopes. Amateur Radio Newsline Mark Abramovich, NT3V, has the story from Philadelphia.
Well, the colorful postage stamps gracing the corners of the envelopes from our holiday cards and those QSL cards we receive generally end up in the trash. A ham club based in the city of brotherly love is committed to rescuing them. They're encouraging you to join them in a project aimed at getting them into the hands of U.S. military veterans through the Stamps for the Wounded program. Bob Jesuit, WA3PZO, is with the Holmesburg Amateur Radio Club. He is trustee of WM3PEN, the flagship call sign for historic Philadelphia.
With the Holmesburg Club, by handling over 1,000 QSL cards every year just for the 13 Colonies event over the summer, we were looking for something to do with those stamps. And when we heard about the program, we thought, gee, it would be a great idea to rip the stamps off the envelopes and forward them on to the program, and it has turned into a major success over the past number of years.
Jesuit says Stamps for the Wounded uses the contributions to provide comfort and support stamp collecting activities for veterans. He says they're especially helping to engage disabled vets in creatively decorating objects. Jesuit says the Philadelphia Hams have expanded their campaign to a host of civic groups and organizations and are promoting ham radio's involvement in the campaign.
We're in regular contact with a couple hunting and fishing clubs that have large memberships, and their treasurers happen to be hams, and they're sending a large envelope of stamps to us to forward to the program.
He's encouraging hams from small radio clubs to DX groups to collect and save the used stamps and mail them to the group.
You can either check out the WM3PEN page on QRZ.com or directly to the program, which is stampsforthewounded.org.
Eye-catching foreign stamps from your direct DX QSLs are especially welcome. I'm Mark Abramovich, NT3V.
If you have a piece of amateur radio news that you think Newsline would be interested in, send it on. We are not talking about advertising your club's upcoming Hamfest or field day participation, but something that's out of the ordinary. And if so, send us a brief overview via the contact page at arnewsline.org. If it's newsworthy and we'd like to cover it, we'll get back to you for more details. Meanwhile, if you're feeling even a little bit poetic, visit our website to learn more about the Amateur Radio Newsline Haiku Challenge. We will announce this year's most popular haiku and give the winner the opportunity to read it during the final newscast of this year. With thanks to the ACMA, Amateur Radio Daily, AMSAT Canada, AMSAT News, ARRL, Central Coast, ARC, CQ Magazine, David Behar, K7DB, Digital Library of Amateur Radio and Communications, 425 DX News, IARU, Ofcom, QRZ.com, Forum Shortwaveradio.de, Wireless Institute of Australia, YouTube, World Radio Sport Team Championship, Youth on the Air, Zero Retries, Newsletter, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer, non-profit organization that incurs expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscast, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen Eve Murray, KD2GUT at the news desk in New York, and our news team worldwide, I'm Stephen Kinford, N8WB in Wadsworth, Ohio, sing 73. And as always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2023, all rights reserved.
W8WKY, time out.
W8WKY.
The weekly Serenet, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe starts in 5 minutes.
This is N80I. Can I get a quick audio check, please?
Sounding good there, Jason. KDDPC.
Thanks a lot, Dustin. N80I.
Get ready for the weekly Serenet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CQ. This is W8WKY calling CQ for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's Tuesday Night Net. Net control this evening is Jason, N80I. I will be using the club call sign for this net, which is Whiskey 8, Whiskey Kilo Yankee. Sarah meets on this repeater every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. This net is open to all licensed amateurs, and it is a controlled net, so all traffic must pass through net control. Obviously, net emergency traffic may break into this net at any time. If you're picking us up for the first time tonight, we do welcome all hams to this net, not just club members, and encourage you to check in. If you're listening and haven't figured it out yet, the PL or CTCSS tone for this repeater is 114.8, and tonight's net is being logged on NetLogger if you would like to follow along. As always, we'll get some announcements, a round of in and out check-ins, and we'll get our regular check-ins and the trivia question going. With that, I am simply going to wish everybody in the club a Merry Christmas, and thanks for a great 2023, and throw the floor open to see if anyone else has announcement traffic for the net. All right, hearing nothing, we'll go ahead and move on. I kind of thought that might be the case, getting so close to Christmas here. Everybody is heads down looking to celebrate the holiday. And in fact, tonight's trivia question is Christmas themed. All right, with that, then, we are going to hop over to in and out check-ins. If you want to get your name on the list but not hit the trivia question, this is your chance. In and out check-ins, please call W8WKY.
W8WKY, W88KOC, Fred and Akron, in and out, have a great net.
November 8th, Whiskey Sugar, Bill in New London, in and out.
Whiskey Victor, 3 Kilo, Phil in Canal Fulton. I'm going to have no... Merry Christmas, Jason. And
Whiskey 8, Charlie Tango Mike, carry it, Portage Lakes, in and out.
Kilo, Foxtrot, 8 Golf, KF8G, Brian and Norton, in and out. Good evening, everyone, and Merry Christmas.
Kilo, Echo 8, Tango Lima Bravo, KE8, PLB. I'll be in and out, and I want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, and God bless, and 73.
KD8 TNF, Kilo Delta 8, Tango November Foxtrot. Merry Christmas, and 73.
Kilo, Echo 8, India, Mike, Echo, David, Sterling, Ohio. I want to mush. Jesus is the reason. Merry Christmas. 73.
Kilo, Bravo 8, Victor, Hotel Mike, Tom and Green, in and out, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Let me grab it right there for a second.
W8WKY.
Who was the call of that last in and out again? Was that K8MNT? I didn't think it was, but then I heard Tom and I got confused.
Tom was Kilo, Bravo 8, Victor, Hotel Mike.
All right, Tom, got you. Sorry. I started to type your call and then heard Tom, got confused, deleted it, and then I was lost. Well, let me catch us up where we're at right there. WAKSC Fred, I've got you. N8WS Bill, WV3K Phil, W8CTM Carrie, KF8G Brian,
Randy, KE8TLB, KD8TNF, Chris, KE8IME, Dave, and KB8VHM. Other takers for the Tuesday night net in and out round, please call.
November 8, Romeo Kilo Echo, Larry in North Royalton.
Is that it? Last call for in and outs.
Hey, Jason, just so I don't forget, all of our friends in here have a Merry Christmas. W88KOC.
All right, thanks, Fred. All right, I had RKE Eric, and that was all I had for in and out check-ins. So with that, we'll move on to the regular check-ins. Regular check-ins, please check yourself into the net now.
Kilo, Delta 8, Echo, Papa Charlie, KD8 EPC, Dustin and Medina.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Victor, Quebec X-Ray, KE8 VQX, Joe in Akron.
Kilo Echo 8, Uniform India Bravo, KE8 UIV, John in Massillon.
Kilo, Charlie 8, Hotel, Delta, Papa, KC8, HDP, Jerry in Shreve.
Whiskey 2, Juliet Lima, Sierra,
Juliet
W2JLS John, and Gerald.
KW, Philip in Twinsburg.
All right, hold on right there. We had a collision. John W2JLS, I got you, and then there was someone in Twinsburg. I didn't catch most of that. Who was the Twinsburg?
Kilo 8, Papa, Juliet Whiskey, K8, PJW, Philip in Twinsburg.
Kilo Echo 8, Victor Zulu Alpha, Eric in Strongsville.
This is WO3X, Whiskey Oscar 3 X-Ray, John in Cuyahoga Falls. KE8OWX, Thomas, Wolf, in and out.
This is Kilo Delta 8, Sierra Lima Golf, KD8 SLG, Nick in Orville.
This is Kilo Alpha 8, Mike November Tango, Tom in Canton.
This is KC8, DEO, Kilo Charlie 8, Delta Echo Oscar, Benny, I'm a mobile, and I'm going to be in and out there, Jason.
This is Kilo Golf 4, Sierra Charlie Kilo, KG4, SCK, Mark Copley.
All right, Mark, I screwed up your call twice. Give it to me again.
Kilo Golf 4, Sierra Charlie Kilo, KG4, SCK.
All right, thanks, Mark. I should know that by now. I don't know why that threw me off. All right, let me run up to the top here. I've got Dustin, KE8EPC, Joe, KE8VQX, John, KE8UIB, Jerry, KC8HDP, John, W2JLS, Phil, K8PJW, Phil, I should have known that was you, Eric, KE8VZA, John, WO3X, Tom, KE8OWX, Nick, KD8SOG, the other Tom, KA8MNT, Benny, KC8DEO, and of course Mark, KG4SCK. Anyone else? All right, Paul, I've got you in there, but your signal was really, really weak. All right, anyone else for a regular check-in? If not, we'll go ahead and get on with it. Anyone else want to get in on this? All right, looks like we'll draw the line there, and we'll jump back up at the top. Dustin, KD8EPC, good evening. Oh, wait, you know what? Take that back. I got to read the trivia question first. All right, tonight's trivia question is, the modern-day Santa Claus is an American-made amalgam of a number of older mythical people associated with Christmas, Yule, and the winter solstice time. Which person below is not a part of the modern Santa mythology? Modern-day Santa Claus is an American-made amalgam of a number of older mythical people associated with Christmas, Yule, and the winter solstice. Which person below is not part of the modern Santa mythology? Your choices are A, St. Nicholas of Myra, B, Father Christmas, C, Sinterklaas, D, Belschnickel, or E, Woden. The modern-day Santa Claus is an American-made of a number of older mythical people associated with the Christmas, Yule, and winter solstice times. Which person below is not part of the modern Santa mythology? Your choices again are A, St. Nicholas of Myra, B, Father Christmas, C, Sinterklaas, D, Belschnickel, or E, Woden. All right, and with that, we will now go up to Dustin. Dustin, good evening. What do you got for us?
All right, W8WKY and the net. This is KD8EPC. Well, let me start with your trivia question there. I guess I'm going to go with D because I have no idea there. So mark me down for D for the trivia. Otherwise, not a lot going on. I do want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas that we don't talk to. But don't forget, tomorrow you can find me and Nick on the first hour of the Boredom Breaker Net here on the W8WKY at 1 o'clock. And then you can catch us again for the Beacon Net at 10 p.m. Tomorrow night and 9:30 for pre-checks. That's all I've got for you, Jason. Have a great net. Thanks for having us, and we'll catch you there down the log. This is KD8EPC. Back over to Net Control.
W8WKY.
All right, thanks, Dustin. Got you in there. And yes, don't forget the Beacon Net tomorrow night. Next up is Joe, K8VQX. Joe, good evening. Tell us about Santa.
W8WKY. This is K8VQX. Not sure if I know a whole lot about Santa, but it was really good to hear Stefan again on the Newsline today. Kind of proud that I kind of know him, at least by voice. As far as the trivia goes, I'm going to go with E Echo. I could hardly keep up with you writing down these answers and the question and so forth. But anyway, I'm going to go with E Echo. So anyway, that's all I got. So W8WKY, this is KE8VQX. Back to Net Control, Jason.
You want me to read? I can read the question here one more time for you.
Negative, not required. I got the gist. Thanks anyways, though. KE8VQX.
All right, sounds good. All right. Up next, then, is John, KE8UIB. Good evening, John. What do you got for us?
W8WKY for KE8UIB. Good evening, Jason, everybody out there on the net. Oh, tonight on the trivia question. Well, my mom's listening on a scanner. I'm going back and forth with her. She's saying B, so I guess I'm going to go with her and take B for Bravo, and we'll see what that ends up. With that, just want to chime in, say hello, tell you Merry Christmas, and everybody on the trivia net, Merry Christmas. With that, this is KE8UIB. I'm going to hand this back over to Net Control. 7-3, y'all.
All right. Thanks, John. I got you down for B. Jerry, KC8HDP. Jerry, tell us about Santa. How you doing this evening?
Well, good evening, Jason, and to everyone on the net. I'll answer the trivia question first. I'm going to pick Alpha for my trivia question answer. Don't really want to talk about Santa Claus. I'd rather talk about Krampus. Because if you weren't good and your parents told you about Krampus, they would scare the bejeebies out of you with Krampus. So anyway, great to hear everyone on the net this evening. Looking forward to the holidays and a fantastic New Year with the Sarah Club. Don't really have anything else, so I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and hope to hear everyone again in here next week. Thanks for taking the net this evening, Jason. W8WKY, this is KC8HDP 73.
All right. I've got you down for A. All we need now is someone to take option C, and we'll have covered all the options in the first 5 regular check-ins. John, W2JLS, are you feeling lucky and want to pick C?
Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee, a.k.a. in the shoes of N8EI. Good evening on your ears, sir. Honestly, I can't recall what C was. I mean, they all sound valid to me. Maybe the Belch nickel or whatever the heck that was. It seems unfamiliar, but I have no clue. What was C? Maybe I could be convinced.
Option C is Sinterklaas. Sinterklaas.
Sinterklaas. You first said that. I thought you said Tentacloche, which I think is the French version of Santa, Père Noël, a.k.a. Père Noël. I'll go with C. What the hell? I mean, I've never heard of Sinterklaas. I'm on board with C. Anyway, I don't have a whole lot. Just good to hear everybody out there, and good to hear you running the net. Thanks for having me in there, Jason. W2JLS, back to you, buddy.
All right, W2JLS, thanks. Got you down there, and now we got them all. Phil, K8PJW, what do you got for us this evening?
W8WKY, K8PJW, good evening, everyone. Good to hear everyone on tonight. My parents immigrated from Germany, so we got a lot of the German traditions when we were growing up, and one character that was in there, his name was Knecht Ruprecht, and he was a little gnome that had a big bag of sticks, and so for those boys and girls who were naughty that year, they would get a stick instead of toys, and so, or they would at least leave one so the parents could discipline them. But anyway, I'm going to go with Delta. Put me in the Delta column. That one sounds the least likely to me, so we'll see what happens. Great job doing the net, Nick, and I'll hand it back to you. This is KAPJW. Back to the net. Merry Christmas, everyone.
All right. Eric, thanks. Got you in there. Or no, I'm sorry, Phil. Got you in there. Let it jump down too fast. And the reference to Necht Ruprecht is absolutely fantastic. I'm glad you are bringing these interesting Christmas-related personalities. Eric, KE8VZA. Eric, what do you got for us this evening?
WAWKY in the group. This is KE8VZA. Good evening, Jason. Good evening, everyone. Good to hear everyone out there. Trivia, before I forget, I'm going to go with Delta Belschnickel. It's purely a wild guess, but we'll go with that one. It sounds the most foreign to me. Anyway, not much to report here. Down to my last 3 work days for the calendar year. Really looking forward to a break next week and spending some time with family. My sister and her daughter are coming up from the Norfolk area to visit for the week. They're going to stay with my parents over in North Olmsted, so it'll be a good time. So I just want to wish everybody out there happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and it was great seeing a good many of you at the Christmas party on the 7th. And with that, I will turn it back to Net Control. This is KE8VZA.
All right, KE8VZA. Eric, got you. Thanks, got you down there for D. We'll take a quick moment and identify this as the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's Tuesday Night Net. This is W8WKY at the dials, looking for John, WO3X. John, good evening. What do you got for us, and any opinions on the history of Santa Claus?
Good evening, Jason, and all on the net. This is WO3X. Let's see. I don't know. I don't have a clue on this one. I think I'm also going to go with D Delta. And let's see. Not much else going on here right now. So had to shovel some snow. Had like at least 4 inches in most spots, and then some other spots up to 6, like on top of the car. It looked like there was 6 inches on there. So it's mostly all melted off, and there are dry spots on the driveway now, but there's also places where it melted and refroze, so we have to watch for that. Can't just step out the door and just keep going. Have to step cautiously. Okay, so with that, back to the net. W8WKY, this is WO3X.
W8WKY.
All right, John, give me your answer again. Oh, never mind, I did get it. Sorry, I am jumping down I'm finished. I'm typing so fast here that I'm jumping down one line every time. I'm recording people's their vote in the remarks field of NetLogger, and then I'm looking at the next person and thinking I didn't catch their answer. So, John, I got you down for D. Appreciate it. Tom, KE8OWX, what do you got for us this evening?
I think he said he was in and out. This is WO3X.
Oh, okay. I missed him. He came in during the regular check-ins. Thanks, John. Nick, KD8SLG, what do you got for us?
W8WKY, this is KD8SLG. Good evening, Jason, and everybody here on the Tuesday night Sarah Club Net. What do I have? I'm going to go with Delta for the trivia. We'll get that out of the way, or I will completely forget. That was my initial response, and I'm going to stick with it. Christmas Eve, 6 o'clock, we're going to link up with the Dewdrop Inn for their Santa Watch Net for 3 hours from 6 to 9. So if anyone wants to jump in there and get some of the younger folks involved on the radio, this would be a good opportunity. And there will be a Beacon Net right afterwards. Thursday night this week, which would normally be our club meeting time, we don't have a club meeting. However, some of us are still meeting at Casa Nuestra for dinner at 5 o'clock-ish. So Thursday night, if you want to grab some Mexican before the holiday weekend, feel free to join us. We'll be there 5 o'clock-ish regular time. I think that's all I got. KD8SLG, back to net control.
All right, KD8SLG, thanks. Yep, I know there's a group meeting there for some pre-Christmas Mexican food at Casa Nuestra. Hope everyone has a good time there. Tom, KA8MNT. Tom, good evening, sir. What do you got for us?
N8EI, this is KA8MNT. Good evening, Jason, and everybody else that's on the net this evening. Well, let's get the trivia out of the way first. I am going to go with E, Echo, for my answer. Why? I don't know. So, let's see. Nothing else really going on up down here in Canton. We got snow, not as much as what you guys up north got, but we got about a half inch to 3/4 of an inch, and that's about it. So, and the roads are dry and it's easy driving right now, so there's no problem with that. So tomorrow's commute to work should be fairly uneventful, except for the normal idiots out there. So everybody be careful. We need you on the nets. So with that, I'm going to stay safe, stay healthy, and keep smiling. This is Kilo Alpha 8, Mike, November Tango, turning everything back over to N8EI. 7 3s.
All right, Tom, thank you. Got you down for E, and indeed, watch out for the idiots out there. Benny, KC8DEO. Benny, good evening. Good to see you at the Christmas party. What do you got for us? KC8DEO. Benny, you still out there? All right, we'll skip over Benny and go to Mark, KG4SCK. Mark, how you doing this evening? What do you got for us?
Hey, good evening, Jason. Marvelous question. I'm trying to picture in my head all the little kids yelling out the little Santa Claus names. I won't torture you with that rendition. I'm just going to go with John's mom. I think she's got a pretty good batting average. So I'm going to pick Bravo, Father Christmas. And I want to say Merry Christmas to everyone and a Happy New Year. I'll be headed south Wednesday evening or Thursday morning. This is KG4SCK, back to W8KY.
All right, Mark, KG4SCK, have safe travels back to Kentucky there. Just remember, you're supposed to head north at Christmas time, experience all that snow. Drive safe, have a good trip. KG7IRJ, Paul, are you in there this evening? right, Paul, we did not really copy any of your transmission there. I don't know if you can up some power or get in a different spot, try again, but we did not copy any of that.
KG7 IRJ, D.
All right, Paul, heard you a little better but that time and got you down for D. All right, I guess we got Paul in there. That's what we're going to get from Paul tonight. All right, I am at the bottom of the list, and it is exactly 8:30, so let me re-identify this as the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's Tuesday Night Net. Net control is N80I, operating under the call, W8WKY. We will throw it open to more check-ins if you want to get in on tonight's Santa Trivia. Santa Trivia is going on right now if you want to get in, or just want to say hi. We'll take any check-ins, regular or in and out. Go ahead.
WKY, this is WE8WIZ, Whiskey Echo 8, Whiskey India Zulu, here also with N8WB.
KE8, GOX, that's Kilo Echo 8, Victor Oscar X-Ray, Scott Vermillion.
All right, I've got the Wiz, I've got Stefan, I've got KE8, VLX, Scott, anybody else?
Good evening, Jason, KC8, Fox Queen Victor.
All right, KC8, FQV, Mark, I got you. Anyone else?
W8WKY.
All right, I think we'll call it there. All right, I'm going to read the trivia question for the latecomers. If you want to get in on the trivia, now is your chance. The modern-day Santa Claus is an American-made amalgam of a number of older mythical people associated with the Christmas, Yule, and winter solstice time. Which person below is not part of the modern Santa mythology? Which person below is not part of the modern Santa mythology? Your choices are A, St. Nicholas of Myra, B, Father Christmas, C, Sinterklaas, D, Belschnickel, or E, Woden. With that, Bob, W-E-A-W-I-Z. Bob, what do you got for us this evening?
Good evening, Net Control. This is WE8WIZ, and all that is real interesting out there. I was raised by German grandparents from the time I was 3, so I know what a Belschnickel is because I got visited by them a lot because, frankly, as you people who know me know, I was never really that good and as a child, and I went for that. So I'm going to say whatever the last one was, I don't recognize it. I recognize a couple of the things out there. For instance, Sinterklaas, which is either Danish or from Holland. There's Sinterklaas. The rest of it, who cares? I spoke German as a first language, so, you know, Stilianak, Heiliganak, alles Schlappeinsamak. I'm not supposed to do that in English, but that had quotes around it, if you know what I mean, and I think you do. But getting ready for Christmas here. We're sitting out here toasting each other with something. We're having our turkey tonight early.
WE8WIZ. Bob, I think we lost you there. Are you out there? All right, maybe we lost Bob to a battery or something. Let me jump over Stefan since he was with Bob there. We'll go to KE8VOX, and then we'll come back up to Bob and Stefan. KE8VOX, Scott, what do you got for us this evening?
Good evening, everyone. KE8VOX, Scott. And the only thing I got is I'm going with D. D as my answer, Delta. And that's all I got, Jason. KE8VOX, sending them back to the net.
Scott, give me your answer again there, please.
D, Delta, D.
All right, thanks, Scott. I got you down for Delta. You had a little bit of noise on you, and it crackled for me right at when you were giving me the answer. All right, Mark, KC8FQV. Mark, what do you got for us regarding Santa?
All right, King Charles, hey, Fox Queen Victor, good evening, Jason, everyone else. I want to say Delta for the trivia. Yeah, we went out and, Mom, we went and got things at the different stores tonight. Yeah, we got some snow up here. So, but Delta. And we'll send it back to Net. I don't think there's anything else I really have exciting other than this computer. That touch screen starting on the Lenovo Yoga. I don't know what I have to check with someone to see, do we repair it or... Right now I've been using a big screen with it, but the touch screen sometimes gets aggravated by the mouse gets aggravated by the touch screen, and then the mouse it just runs around a little bit. Whatever that, we'll send it back to the net in case C8FQV.
All right, Mark, got you in there, and I appreciate that. Got you down for D, Delta. All right, we're going to go back up. WE8WIZ. In there still?
W8WKY, November 8, Whiskey Bravo. Are you getting our signal?
Yep, picking up now, Stefan. Bob cut out mid-sentence, and we never heard back from him, so we kind of moved on, and I said we'd come back, but we're picking you up loud and clear now.
All right, W8WKY, November 8, Whiskey Bravo. Thanks, Jason, for running the net. Appreciate that. Good evening to everyone. Man, I don't even know what morning is. That's what happens when you hang out with the Wiz.
We barely got the women.
It's like you just forget everything. But anyways, I'm going to go with E. Woden, I think it is. And, I can't say that on the net, Bob. But I'm going to go with E. Woden, I think it was. And tell everyone to have a very Merry Christmas. And hope everyone, is ready for the holidays. I'm not. I'm not going to lie. I have to get a couple more things, but I always wait to the very last second. But it's just my holiday tradition. But I'm going to send it back to you, and then you can pick up Bob in a minute. WKY from November 8, Whiskey Bravo. Thanks, Jason.
All right, thanks, Stefan. W8WIZ, you want to go?
Thank you for coming back to me. Everybody knows what my sign-off is, so, I won't go through that again. This is WE8WIZ. We're sitting here trying to get ready for the holiday, and, I'm thinking about this Sunday. I've got to play at two different services, and I'm singing a solo. So, if, you want to listen, you can go to Fairlawn Lutheran Church, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be singing on there. But you get on YouTube or whatever your favorite thing is out there, and I'll be there. But thinking about you guys for the holiday here, and bless everybody out there, because this time of year we think about our friends, family, and those people that we have thought in our hearts this year. It's a tough year for me. It's the second time around without Mrs. Wiz, and the magic of the season is sort of halfway gone for me, but, pray for me.
All right, WE8WIZ. Yeah, we definitely. I'm sure that this is a hard time for you with that going on, and I do wish you all the best with that, and encourage you to remember the happy times there. But saying that, I know that that doesn't necessarily make it any easier. But appreciate you dropping by. Enjoy your Christmas feasting there with Stefan. All right, we're back to the bottom of the list again. I'm going to throw it open one more time if anybody else wants to get in. This is your chance to squeeze in under the wire, jump out of the back of the bus, whatever you want to do. This is your chance, W8WKY.
November 8th, Fox Tango Juliet, mobile.
KCFQ, I have a recheck and a technical question, if anyone would know or curious about it. KCFQ.
All right, I've got N8FTJ Mobile for a recheck, N8FTJ Mobile, and I've got Mark for a recheck. Anybody else? Last call.
W8WKY.
All right, N8FTJ Mobile. Go ahead, Tim. How you doing this evening?
All right, thank you very much. N8FTJ Mobile. Headed south out of Barberton, headed for Green here on 619. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and just got in here kind of late. Don't know the trivia, so I'm not going to guess. So I just want to say hello to everybody, and hope everybody has a very fine holiday season, and roads are fine out here this evening. So back to net control, N8FTJ Mobile. Handles Jim.
All right, N8FTJ. Thanks, Jim. Got you in there. I think I called you Tim before. Sorry about that. Got you, Jim, and appreciate you being there. KC8FQV, Mark, go ahead with your recheck.
All right, KCFQV. Well, I'll make just a comment over there about Jim. I didn't know my sister's husband got a license, but no. Because he works in Barberton, he lives in Green. But, no, the question I had, they have the 3D, or the panoramic view on a website, in pictures, and, they got 4 or 5 pictures, and then there's one of them at the panoramic view. You can grab it and turn it 360. I was just wondering how you see them. So if you can, it's on a website, KC8FQV, if anyone knows. I was just curious. I saved the pictures, but don't know how to save, or do I have it on like an eyeball or fisheye and save that, and then it does the view. So KCFQV.
Well, Mark, I got to apologize. I did not follow the question that you're asking. But I'll throw it out there. If anyone actually was clear on what Mark was asking, I didn't quite follow it, but maybe somebody else did, who can jump in and give him an answer. All right, sorry about that, Mark. I don't think anybody's got an answer for you out there at this time. All right, we're going to draw it here at the bottom of the list. We've had plenty of opportunities, and I'm sure people want to hear my factoid here that I will use to educate and inform and entertain. So the question was, the modern-day Santa is an American-made amalgam of a number of older mythical people associated with the Christmas, Yule, or winter solstice periods. Which person below is not part of the standard modern mythology? And the choices were St. Nicholas of Myra, Father Christmas, Sinterklaas, Belschnickel, and Woden. And here's the answer, at least what I think, what I know it to be, is D, the Belschnickel. So St. Nicholas was a 4th century Greek Christian bishop of Myra in the Roman Empire, which is part of Turkey. St. Nicholas was known for his generous gifts to the poor, and during the Middle Ages, often on the evening before his name feast day of the December 6th, children were bestowed gifts in his honor, which during the Reformation moved to the time of December 24th and 25th. The gift-giving and charity aspect of the modern Santa Claus comes from St. Nicholas. Father Christmas dates back as far as 16th century England during the reign of Henry VIII. When Father Christmas was pictured as a large man in a green and scarlet robes lined with fur. He was typified of the spirit of good cheer at Christmas and was considered as bringing peace, joy, good food, wine, and revelry. As England no longer kept the feast day of St. Nicholas after the Reformation, the feasting of Father Christmas was moved to December 25th to coincide with Christmas Day. Sinterklaas is a legendary figure based on St. Nicholas, as it's considered a patron saint of children. The feast of Sinterklaas is still celebrated on the namesake day of St. Nicholas on the 6th of December, and this feast is celebrated annually with the giving of gifts on St. Nicholas Eve on the 5th of December. In the Netherlands, or in the morning of the 6th of December in Switzerland. While Sinterklaas has not been displaced in the Netherlands, Belgium, or Switzerland, like Santa has displaced so many of his competitors, shall we say, Sinterklaas is still celebrated there, but Santa Claus's red outfit comes from Sinterklaas. As immigrants from those areas to America merged Sinterklaas with Santa. And finally, prior to Christianization, the Germanic peoples, including the English, celebrated the midwinter feast of Yule on December 21st. With the Christianization of Germanic Europe, traditions were absorbed from Yuletide into the modern Christmas celebrations, and these were always frequently attested as being led by the Norse god Woden, or Odin. Woden's aspects of feasting and celebration underlie all of the mythical elements of Santa Claus and its derivatives, except, interestingly, for the gift-giving and charity of St. Nicholas himself. Woden is also what associates Santa Claus with Christmas trees. Now, the person it's not, the Belschnickel. Belschnickel is a crotchety, fur-clad gift-giver in the folklore of Germany, not one of the amalgams made up in modern Santa. The Belschnickel is considered a companion or servant of St. Nicholas in German traditions. While the Belschnickel is well known in German celebrations of Christmas, none of his attributes were ever merged into the modern Santa myth in America. However, notably, the Belschnickel was featured prominently in the Office episode Dwight's Christmas, where Dwight Schrute dresses as the Belschnickel and spends a significant portion of the episode deciding if his coworkers were impish or admirable during the company Christmas party.
Timeout, 15-second lock. Timeout. End.
All right, I guess I didn't let the carrier drop enough between people. It has a 10-minute timeout, and I don't think I was talking for 10 minutes. Someone want to let me know where I left off?
You were talking about the episode where Dwight's Christmas episode, KD at SLG.
Oh, all right. Well, that was the very end then. Yep. So if you have not watched Dwight's Christmas, which is season 9 of The Office, it is a hilarious episode about Dwight and the Belschnickel. So with that, at the risk of timing out the repeater again, which I am going to have to check out because I thought I had the timeout timer set to 10 minutes. Any other traffic for the net? This is W8WKY.
Kilo Charlie 8, Echo Yankee. Dave from East Sparta, just wanting to check into the net.
Are you in and out, Dave, or do you have comments?
Oh, I'm just in and out. I've been outside, been inside most of the day. Well, I do have a little comment. Been out in my garage working on my version of the DX Commander vertical that I'm planning on taking down to Florida with me. Want to try to get some HF antennas up down there. Okay, turn it back to the net. Well, I got you guys here. Merry Christmas to everyone, and we'll say 73s.
W8WKY.
All right, KC80EY, thanks for dropping in. Last call for traffic. This is W8WKY.
W3TB, Whiskey 3, Echo Tango Bravo.
W3ETB, go ahead, sir.
You know, I was kind of turned around, but I thought I heard something about the last call for check-in, so I better jump in. Anyway, this is W3TV, Eddie from Annapolis, Maryland, and I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you all later. W3, and I'll turn it back to Nat.
All right. W3ETB, thanks. Got you in there. All right, well, we're going to close it down tonight mostly because your net controller is hungry and did not get dinner. So the net is now at the whim of my stomach, which is hungry. So with that, I'm going to close the net here at 8:53 p.m. We ended up with 32 check-ins, including myself. Thanks to everybody who participated. Have a Merry Christmas. Don't forget dinner if you want to meet at Casa Nuestra here on Thursday. Otherwise, stay safe. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we'll have all the regular club activities cranking up here in January. With that, I'm going to return this repeater back to normal amateur use. W8WKY is clear. Oh, and this is a note to everyone who's connected on the network. I am going to reboot the Pi that is connected to the controller right now, so it will be back online in about 5 minutes. This is NADI.
Testing Motorola radio. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Good.
W8WKY. Hub connected to W8WKY. Node 47735 disconnected.
W8WKY. W8WKY.
Offset, 1.6 megahertz offset, negative.
Got two thumb wheels. I guess I'd just do it with the other one. Okay, I got it. Cool. Catch you later. KA8YOR.
Mike, I'm talking to Mike on the 220 here. Talking to both of you at the same time. Just said something.
NHXBK repeater. N8XPK repeater. The time is 10 p.m.
Good evening.
service for Northeast Ohio NHXPK repeater.
Good evening, calling all amateur radio operators. Welcome to the Crooked River amateur radio operators.